Hello, I am Archivist Zarin. Welcome to my study. And today, we're back to playing some WoW. So today, we're just gonna be playing on my priest a bit. I don't think I'm really at the right level range for any significant dungeons.
As you might know, I collect.
I came back into Ironforge real quick to get the Black Fathom Deeps quest here, because I was thinking we might do that today. But at the same time, I think the level range for Black Fathom is 24 to 32 or something, and my character is exactly 24. So I don't know if I should actually be getting groups for a dungeon that I'm just barely inside the level range for. So I'm not exact. I could do all the wetlands quests that I have, or I could go into the Night Elf area and do Ashen Vale. Because if I go here and then across... Oh. I was like, why do I have a quest saying I need to go into Orgrimmar? That's just for the drink there. So yeah, I could go in here. This area would probably be a bit too low level, but I could get researching the corruption and then head down into... Not Stone Talon, into Ashen Vale and do some quests there. Although those are all also pretty low. I think I'll get 1 or 2 levels in Wetlands, or at least try to, and then see if Black Fathom would be a good option. Why is this all messed up? Okay. There we go. That's better. I think. I would need to be in a group to see how far down those go to make sure this isn't overlapping. Oh, and I should have probably thrown some stuff in the bank, but I can probably just send most of it to my mule. That should be fine. We should be fine on inventory space. But we definitely have a lot of wetlands quests to do. It's really it's kind of crazy how like wide of a range wetlands encompasses. Oh, I should have also gotten the Noble Brew quest for getting the little plant down here. But it's like you got green quests here at almost just like level 21 or so. And then you have all the way up to level 28, all available at the same time. So yeah, I'll need to... I'll probably just start near the town, so killing crocolisks, murlocs, and raptors shouldn't be too dangerous. Oh, and then this one's the one just to get him the drink.
What can I do for you?
You know, this tavern always makes me very nervous.
What's on your mind?
Because there's that one quest. I forget exactly what the quest is, or when you do it, but I know that there's a quest that turns like all these guys aggressive, and it has probably killed many a people.
Hey there. For the Alliance.
Okay, and that gets us the Cursed Crew quest, which is even higher level and even scarier. So that's fun. That's gonna be great. I remember doing that one on my warrior. It's pretty horrible. Because it combines all the worst things. Like a sunken boat being probably one of the most dangerous situations to be in during a quest. And a bunch of enemies just all over the boat. So most of the time you'll pull more than one. And it's a pretty high level quest for the zone. So if you're trying to do it at a bit of a lower level than would be recommended, it just makes it all the harder and all the more dangerous, especially because when you're lower level, those enemies have a bigger aggro radius, so makes the ship doubly dangerous. Alright, so we got a crocolisk. But it's nice because this character actually has the discipline talents, so my wand does more damage and stuff. So that should make soloing things a lot easier than it was on my holy priest. Well, I guess this one would also be considered a holy priest, but just dabbling in discipline a bit. Although I think I have more... No, I've got one more point in holy than I do in discipline. But I don't really intend to go further into discipline, so that's probably about as far as I'll ever go. Let's see. Yes, we do need to kill the boss guy whenever we find that. I remember he's a bit difficult to find sometimes. And that might be just because he's difficult to find, or just because other people keep killing him. I'm not sure. Alright, yeah, so we just need the ones that are labeled Murloc. None of the special ones. These guys are being easy enough. Yeah, so it says that he could spawn over there or over here. I think I've personally seen him most in this area, but it's been quite some time, so I can't quite remember. Also, I think I've been slacking a bit on this character's herbalism, so I think probably most of the plants we find here aren't gonna be harvestable for me right now. Oh, great. Oh, so just lately, I was leveling this character, and I was in Red Ridge, and I had a very, very close call, which was not very enjoyable, to say the least. Because it was at that cave, the one with the... Is he a colonel? Or is he a lieutenant? I think he's a lieutenant. Yeah. So it's the cave with the escort quest. And I was over there, just minding my own business. I'd already done the escort, actually, at this point, because I had been there and I grouped up with someone else, and we did the escort together, and it was really easy. But I had noticed that because we had joined up like halfway through getting through the camp, that I hadn't actually killed enough champions in order to finish the 15 champions quest. So the reason I was there was I was coming back to just kill like 3 more champions to finish up the quest and then leave again. And I was like, oh, that probably won't be too hard, right? Well, turns out it kind of is. It was kind of an issue, because they seem to really not want me to just take those last few, especially because there aren't many champions out in the camp itself. You need to go into the cave to find any decent number of champions. So I ended up having to... I used Mind Soothe, I think? Whatever it's called. I used that for like the first time in my entire life. And managed to sneak by the guards in the outer camp pretty easily. But then I got up to the cave entrance and started fighting. Now all the orcs around there, they run away, and I didn't really have any way to stop that. Like, as far as I know, priests don't really have a like a stun or a slow or something that'll stop them from running in general like paladins have. So I really didn't have much of an option than just try to kill them quickly when they got to low health and hope they didn't run into one of the bigger groups. Well, luckily, they didn't run into one of the bigger groups, but what happened was apparently there's a patrol that ended up seeing me while I was fighting the other units. And that kind of became an issue very quickly, because that patrol then drew another enemy in. So then I ended up having, like, I think it was two of the... Are they outrunners? The guys with the harpoons? Or, it's just polearms? Yeah, so I had two of them, and one of the spellcasters, and the spellcaster, of course, had their little imp minion. So, I had, like, 4 enemies on me at once. So, I at first tried to just, you know, like, I still had mana, I still had stuff. I was like, okay, I can just take it easy, try to line of sight the caster, take down the melee units, you know, we'll be fine. So, I try to line of sight by getting around the cave entrance, because, you know, there's all those rocks around the cave entrance, and I was like, okay, well, if I can just hide behind this, then the casters won't be able to see me, and I can just kind of ring around the rosy with it. But that didn't work out too well, and I ended up getting stuck. Seriously, there was a little divot in the rocks where you just, if you go back there, you can't keep going up the side of the rock wall. It just stops you. So I was stuck. I was a sitting duck, and all 4 enemies just came down and started attacking me. And so I started freaking out. I think one of the melee units started running away at this point, because I had been wanding him for a little bit, trying to figure out what my next move was going to be. So at this point, I'm taking a lot of damage. One of them ran off towards who knows where, and I can't see them anymore because they ran out of the divot. So they were out of sight. I couldn't kill them anymore. So if they ran to another group, that was it. That was like, I couldn't stop them from doing it. So I just kind of keep fighting. I end up like spamming some heal spells to try to just get some survivability back, you know, because my health was plummeting with that many enemies on me, especially as the casters were in range and were just able to fire down at me. So it's like, casters, they're scary. And so I end up managing to kind of hop my way out of the divot finally, and I'm at like almost no mana, half health, have like 3 or 4 enemies on me still, and who knows how many more the other guy pulled when he ran away. I don't even know. And so I just start running back the way I came, hoping that the other guy was still mind soothed to the point that I'd just be able to sneak by him again. It turns out I don't think he was. So I'm running out, and I drink like a mana potion, throw like my bubble on, I do Psychic Scream to get the enemies off me for a second so I can just book it. And I managed to get past that camp, but I think the Mind Soothe had worn off by that point, because all of a sudden I had another enemy on me, and they were right behind me like attacking. It was a melee enemy. Luckily at this point I was outranging all the magic casters, so they weren't really an issue. It was just the melee guys that were able to keep up with me. And somehow, with just the mana I was regaining passively, I managed to put a bubble and renew on myself and just booked it. And somehow, by some miracle, I made it out of the camp. They just de-aggroed, and I ended up getting out of there, and then of course I went back in. Because after all of that, I realized I still need one more champion. So I mind soothed again and sneaked my way back in. And I did manage to kill that last champion and get out alive, as is evidenced by me still being here. But certainly, it was not a fun situation. It was It was very dangerous. But yeah, that happened just a couple days ago, I think. If that. I mean, it wasn't I don't think it was yesterday, so I think it was the day before yesterday that happened. But that was fun. I almost lost my priest again because I was trying to run solo into an area that is very much a place you should have a group for. Which would have sucked because I have a lot of money on this character. I never sent all my stuff away. Now I have all these clams. But yeah, I have a lot of money on this character, and I have all the really good gear on this character. So I wouldn't want to have them die and lose all that, because that would be unfortunate. Let's open these, get ourselves a bit more inventory. This quest, I don't know, it kind of sucks. I don't do this quest all the time, but sometimes when I do, it just seems like it takes forever. You know, sometimes it just doesn't drop. Especially because when I was trying to do this quest on my warrior, the main place where these oozes spawn was completely like filled with mages. Just like 3 different mages just AoE farming the entire place, and no ooze was left alive. So I kind of had to just scavenge oozes from the rest of the map. Because, I mean, they are scattered about, but it was quite unfortunate. I would have liked to be able to kill them where there's a higher concentration of them, you know? But hopefully, if I don't find them just off the random oozes I encounter, hopefully the tomb area isn't filled to the brim with mages again. This raptor just keeps patrolling straight towards me. I don't appreciate it. Yeah, I still don't appreciate the movement patterns of any enemies in this game. They certainly make it very difficult to maneuver around them. Like, in retail, that's not a problem. Because in retail, you can get like 20 enemies on you and not really care. In Classic, though, it's kind of a death sentence for some classes to get more than 1 or 2 enemies. To have everything just constantly patrolling around, going in and out of aggro range, is just... It makes it very difficult to do anything. Intellect male. Probably good for a paladin. And of course, these are the easy ones. The screechers over there are the ones that you really need to be worried about. But yeah, I would like to do Black Fathom because that's where I get my even better wand. It's not as fast, but it does better DPS, I think, and gives one spirit. And really any stats you can get on a wand are pretty good, because that's just an extra stat you wouldn't have otherwise. Plus, in there, I think, is where you get the staff as well. But the wand is actually from a quest. The staff is just a drop from a boss. I don't know what the screecher is doing way out here. Like, they usually stay near the nests. But I'm not gonna complain, because now I can keep him out here where no one will hear him scream. Yeah, I need to go back and send some things. And probably sell some things too. I don't think I need raptor eggs. We'd want to auction this probably. Let's see, all this we can sell. Except for this is a quest item, so we can't sell that. Don't need shiny fish scales. Don't need slimy murloc scales or murloc fins. Okay. I think it's all semi-organized. Okay, there's no one around. This breach shouldn't do much of anything. Yeah. It would be cool if the bubble spell could crit. You just get an especially strong bubble. But I don't think that's how it works. Now we just need to kill a bunch of the blue guys. I also want to get over to this bruise weed. I kind of need every point of herbalism that I can get. If I... Okay, good, I'm not capped out. Just had to check that for a minute, because sometimes I'll end up doing that where I'll accidentally be at the skill cap for the profession I'm trying to level and not even realize it for quite some time. It'll just take a while and eventually I'll be like, hey, that orange plant didn't give me any skill points. That's weird. So, oh, I didn't mean to do the instant spell, that's fine. So why are the screechers near the nest? Are they just the younger version of the raptor? Or are they, like, the nest protectors of the, I don't know, what would it even be called? 'Cause they're not, like, I don't know, what is a group of raptors called? And I guess that would depend on the raptor's intelligence. Because, I mean, they have jewelry and stuff like that. So maybe it's a raptor tribe? I don't know. Kind of difficult to know because they're counted as beasts and they act just like any other beasts in WoW, and we don't really have any lore about raptors, I don't think. Although we have riding raptors, so they're a mount, but so are wolves, so it doesn't really narrow it down at all. And Kodos. Oh, someone already cleared out this camp. Sad. Oh, there's another nest here. Interesting. I didn't know about this one. Are they? Interesting. They are very confident in their abilities. Okay, I think they used like a potion or something. Because I saw them at low health, and yet they pulled another raptor with a throwing knife. I'm like, it doesn't seem like a smart option, but you know, to each their own. Yeah, I think they used a potion or something like that. They couldn't have used first aid because they were surrounded by raptors, but who knows? Let's see, we need how many more blue ones? 2 more. So I guess let's just head back to this original camp over here. It's probably where they'll respawn first. And we'll just wait. I mean, they were respawning while I was just standing here already trying to kill them, so I assumed they would keep respawning pretty quickly, but evidently not. They kind of just seem to stop respawning, which is, it's really weird because they do that. Or like sometimes where you're killing stuff in an area, they'll respawn just a few moments after you've killed them, and then they'll just stop respawning for like 5 minutes. I have no idea why it does that, but... Oh wait, there's more over here, it looks like. Oh, there's a slime. Does pull you away from all the not needed raptors. But I think there's more blue raptors back there, because there's the sword symbol over it. So it might be another camp that way. Camp, nest, tribe, I don't know. Hey, there's another blue one. Just in time. Well, I need one more after this, but... Let's move you over this way where nothing's respawned yet. So hopefully you don't pull another with your screeching. Yeah, it looks like we're fine. 'Cause I think it only does it once at half health. I wonder if it does it every time it reaches half health. Like if you somehow let it regenerate in the middle of combat and get it just above half health and then bring it below half health again, will it do the screech again? Oh, is there only one over here? Well, that's BS. I just needed 2. I couldn't have just had 2 over there. Okay, well I guess we're back to waiting for this to respawn. Which it still has not. Maybe the ones the warrior killed over here are back? Nope, they're still dead. And I would head further that way, because there's more camps that way, but... I kind of feel like the warriors cleaned them out because they came from that direction, so staying over on this end is... It basically just guarantees that the warrior hasn't been here yet. And thus... there are still enemies. Plus, I killed these a while ago, so we're almost guaranteed to have more spawn very soon. Okay, there's the one I need. Of course, now there's raptors all over the place. I'd rather not have it pulling everything. Let's just move them this way. Kill them right over by the... Oh, there's a barrel. That's a weird place for a barrel to wash up. But alright. And no extras were pulled with the screech. Very nice. What are you guys? Oh, crocolisks. Oh, my inventory's full. Unfortunate. So let's see. There's a giant crocolisk, a regular one, There aren't many young ones around this area. So, probably not very worth it to go into the water right now. So let's head back to town, kill any crocolisks here on our way, and then I'm going to turn in that quest that gets rid of the head that was in my inventory, and then go to the mailbox and send some stuff to my mule, so we actually have inventory space to work with. Because this character doesn't have the super good bags that my other characters have. I'm not sure why I didn't give this character the good bags. Maybe... Well, I think partially it's because they're... I was really scared of them dying because my last priest died. So I just went with the safer bags. Because, I mean, 1 gold a bag for the mage weave mags is quite a lot of money to lose if your character dies at, like, level 10. Though usually by level 20, I've outfitted my characters with the bigger ones. Though I might have also been waiting because this character has tailoring, so I might have just been waiting for them to get up to mage weave bags themselves, so I don't have to shell out the money at all. And then I can put the bags up for sale, and other people will shell out the money to me. These crocolisks really are being stingy. They're not giving me their skins, which I think is quite rude. So let's see. Who's level 12? Who's level 3? Not all that great. I should probably switch to these. Which is still weird that the mana potion that's the equivalent look to the health potion is like 11 levels higher. It messes with my brain. I would rather that they make them look the same for the same levels, but they didn't want to do that, I guess. So let's see, we can just sell these because they're low level. But let's send some stuff to my bank. The life root. Send just everything that we're not wanting to get rid of. Because I can always just send the stuff back. Okay. We might need to send another one. Because we also need to get rid of these and these. These. There we go. And then once we sell, we'll have a lot of space available. We can sell to this person over here.
Hello.
Wait, that was my spare melon juice. Don't want to sell that. Okay,
Safe
now
travel.
we have some inventory space. A wandering minstrel. Sir, do you know Ragnar the Red? It's my favorite. He does not. What kind of minstrel doesn't know Ragnar the Red?
Light be with you. Go with honor, friend. Be
Yeah,
careful.
get more of the good healing potions if you do that quest. Yeah, I could probably recite the entirety of Ragnar the Red if I wanted. It's a pretty catchy song. Although, I wonder if the question of what is the best bard song in Skyrim would be a more divisive question than the Stormcloaks versus Imperials question. Because I'm sure everybody has an opinion as to what the absolute best bard song in Skyrim is. And I'm sure some people are very opinionated about it. I mean, I think that they're all good, personally, but there are some that are better than others. But I can't remember the name of that one, or two. I think it's just Age of Oppression, right? But I like that one just because it has two different, like, versions to it. You know, depending on if you're in a Imperial siding town or a Stormcloak siding town, it's sung differently. So I think that's pretty cool. But, you know, of course, Ragnar the Red is always sung the same, no matter where you are, because everyone loves Ragnar. Though I suppose that would be more... I don't know, would that be a more Imperial siding song? Who am I killing? Oh, I'm not killing anyone, I'm just bringing the statuette back. Nice. Because, I mean, Ragnar the Red, I guess it is kind of a more Nordic thing, which would be Stormcloak siding, but it is centered around Whiterun, which is somewhat neutral, but I think it kind of heavily leans towards the Imperial influence more. So I don't know. I'm not sure which side. I think it would be probably just a neutral song. Oh, and then there's the Dragonborn one. That one's nice. Because, you know, it's about the main character, so it's gotta be nice. I do wonder how the main character of Skyrim became Dragonborn. Like, I don't think that was ever, like, addressed. Or maybe I'm just not up to date with the lore of Skyrim, but how does one become Dragonborn? Is that just, like, is it genetics? Is it, like, you're, like, chosen out of people? You're like the chosen one or something? Is it something that occurs at some point in your life? Like, I don't know, maybe the whole thing with Alduin at our execution at the start of the game is, like, part of what makes us a Dragonborn? Well, but if that was the case, then everyone in Helgen would have had a chance to become Dragonborn, because they were all attacked by the same dragon. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know the exact mechanics behind it.
What can I do for you?
But I would
Bless
assume
you.
Dragonborn would have something to do with, you know, genetics, bloodlines, but
For the Alliance.
it very well might not.
Need help?
Yeah, strong fishing pole. I can't use that yet, because I haven't leveled my fishing. Quite unfortunate. Alright, well, we got lots of health potions,
Light
which is
bless you.
not super helpful, because I usually use the mana potions before health ones, but, you know, it's all situational. If I'm just trying to run away, a health potion is probably for the best. Whereas if I'm trying to, like, stay and fight, a mana potion would be optimal. Because I do think that my mana to health ratio, like, you know, spell efficiency is generally better. Because let's see. One heal spell heals for actually pretty spot on. Almost exactly as much as the health potion does. And it only costs 155 mana. And so this restores about double that. So I'd be able to get maybe 1.5 to 2 heal spells out with 1 mana potion, which would be about double the healing overall than the healing potion itself. So certainly, going for the mana potion is the best option. But you can't exactly cast a heal spell while running, so the healing potion would still be best for that, because it's just an instant healing spell, essentially. There's another skin. But the worst quest, the one quest I'm not really looking forward to in this area, is the quest to kill the fen creepers that just stealth around all the waterways of the zone. It's a very annoying quest. I mean, at least I'm a human, so I get, like, perception, but even so, trying to hunt down 12, I think it's 12, different stealth units throughout the zone is just very tedious. Of course, if you got it, like, earlier in the zone's quest lines and the creepers were more widespread, then I suppose it would make sense, because you could just get it right at the start of your questing journey in the zone and kill them as you find them. But it kind of gives them to you, like, halfway through the zone's questing. I mean, I guess I could go and, like, finish the first couple quests right now, but there's a lot to do over in this side of the zone. There we go. I probably should have done the Dark Threat Looms while it was still green. I didn't really think that it was going to be turning gray immediately. Even though I probably should have assumed that. It was already a few levels lower than me. Well, let me see in look for group chat. There's one group for Black Fathom. Let me look up 26, huh? Okay, so if they're 26 and they're looking to put together a Black Fathom group, then 25 should be high enough for it, right? Probably. And let's see, there's one quest for it in Darnassus. Yeah, that's 25. So I'm the same level as all the quests for the dungeon, I think. So maybe I should be trying to get into a Black Fathom dungeon group right now. Oh, but the one group that's already made already has a healer, and they're just looking for tank and DPS. And then there was someone else down here that was saying healer, look for group, Black Fathom Deep. So it seems they have an abundance of healers right now. So I might not find a group for it for a little bit. Quite unfortunate. But I'll just keep my eye on chat, see if something comes up. Of course, I could always apply to a group as a DPS, but that would really be a waste of my abilities. Plus, I kind of feel like I wouldn't be able to put out nearly as much DPS as many others, because I'd basically just be wanding. Although I suppose just with the regular stuff I throw at a mob, I generally get like 40 DPS or so, which I don't think is a bad amount. Though I'm not sure. Oh, I could also do stockades, I think. I mean, 29 is the level of the higher, the higher level quest for it, but I think stockades would be doable. Especially because my Hearthstone is in Stormwind, so I'd be able to get back there really fast. I wouldn't have ever thought of it, except I was looking in chat and saw people asking for a group for ST, and I was like, what the heck is ST? But I figured it out, I think. Is that guy... I think that guy just abbreviated tank and healer to just 1T, 1H. Like, who does that? Especially because you can put it as like tank, which is 4 letters, and heal, which is 4 letters. So those aren't at all more difficult than typing DPS. Especially because DPS is like all caps because it's an acronym, so I think that DPS would be comparatively harder to type out than tank or healer. Because yeah, now he's just saying, look for member 1T, 1H. What does this mean? So let's see. I'm trying to decipher. Look for member 1 here. I think they meant heal. Probably. But it makes it, at least for me, it makes it very difficult to apply for those groups, because it's like, I can hear for the dungeons, like, that doesn't make any sense. You can assume, oh, they're probably looking, probably looking for a healer, because it just makes sense. So what else would they be asking for, as in 1 here? But it's still difficult to tell, because my brain will always be yelling at me like, that's not what they actually meant. So I need it to be very clear as to what they mean so I can even apply for things. Man, they're still not finding any DPS for Black Fathom Deeps. It's pretty surprising to me. So yeah, we're gonna head over to this, get those quests, then probably head back into the excavation to do the excavation quests. Oh, and before we do stockades, we'll need to head down to Duskwood, get the crime and punishment quest as well, which would be a bit of a detour, but it's probably fine. But the Knoll quest over here also is quite difficult because of, AoE farming. Because on my warrior, I was also trying to do this quest, and the entire, this entire area was just littered with mages, AoE farming every single major Knoll camp. It's like, how am I supposed to... Like, how am I supposed to beat the quest if all this area is just filled with mages, Also, it's it's understandable that someone would like misspell something once in chat, because you know, people aren't perfect. Nowadays, a lot of people misspell things quite often, but it's like I literally saw the same guy in chat again saying one here needed for stockades. It's like, what does that mean? Why would you misspell the main thing you're looking for and then look at that and be like, yeah, that looks good, and then copy paste it over and over? Like, do you not see that it's, you know, you'd think that if I were to copy paste something, I would at least double check or triple check that it's spelled correctly. And there they go saying it again. I don't know, maybe they just really don't like deaf people. They want one here. One person who can hear, I guess. And then there's someone who's advertising that they have a summon for stockades. I mean, I suppose that would be able to tap into like the night elf group of people, the ones who just level up entirely in the night elf area. But I think most, I don't know, it just seems like most people wouldn't need a summon to Stormwind. But I suppose it might increase the number of people that can answer that, you know, advertisement by a little bit. And they're, you know, not looking for a healer, so I can't really apply for it. Even though I wouldn't need the summon, but that's fine. Let's see, those are the higher level types, so we'll head to the camps a bit lower down. Yep. As always, the mage sitting right outside the camp. We're not gonna care about that, because there's actually enemies in the camp still, so we can just pick them off. If they have to wait a bit longer for the respawns, then they probably deserve it. Okay, this might pull 3 enemies, but that's probably fine. Yeah, that guy pulls this guy, and this guy might... that guy did pull that guy. Okay. Easy game, then. Really, Fen Dweller? I don't want to mess with you. No, you got respawns everywhere. That's fine. There he goes again, asking for one here. What does that why does he keep... Especially after like 4 or 5 times of repeating the same misspelling in chat. You would think he would eventually consider maybe me completely misspelling the role that I'm looking for might be contributing to me not actually finding somebody for that position. You know, eventually that thought has gotta cross your mind. It's like if you put up a job listing and accidentally set the job title as like not a developer but a developer, and nobody applies to it. It's like, would you sit there being like, man, apparently there's no developers looking for work? Or would you be like, man, maybe I should fix my listing so that people actually know what they're applying for? I don't know. It just gets more and more ridiculous the more times I see it in chat pop up. Cause it's like, bro, just fix it, please. How many did I have on me? Jeez. Dang diseases. He's just sitting there. I don't know what he's doing. Just kind of chilling, I guess. Yeah, it's the new update for Age of Empires. Yeah, they changed a lot. They certainly, you know, the graphics are a bit different. They really moved the line of sight down. New warrior priest, yeah. I mean, I'm using a staff. That's warriors can use a staff, right? So it's close enough, really. Hey, this guy's back from being sitting there AFK for 10 minutes. I don't know what they were doing, but but we need to get our mana back after this. That was a lot of enemies in a row. The wand action. I mean, the wand certainly isn't very warrior-like, for sure. But it does a lot of damage, so I can't just stop using the wand, you know? Alright, well, that's probably enough mana. One can hope. But yeah, this is Joan of Arc, can't you tell? The same, you know, campaign we were doing last time. And another one spawned on top of us. Let's back up a bit. Where's Lahire? How do you even pronounce it? Is that Lahire or Lahire? I have no idea. And they're over here. That's them. They're the mages. They traded in their horses for, you know, spell casting. Yeah, and these are the wolves. Those wolves that kept popping up right in the middle of our path. They grew legs, or I guess they always had legs. They lost 2 legs and grew arms. Yeah. Yeah, this is just the definitive ×2 edition. You know, because the definitive edition wasn't enough, you know. They needed more. It needed to be more definitive. Which kind of defeats the purpose of it being definitive. But, you know, that's fine. Hope there's no raptors in it. I mean, good news, we just finished killing a bunch of raptors, so don't have to worry about that for at least a little while. But yeah, there'll definitely be raptors a bit later. Because, you know, everyone knows Joan of Arc's greatest opponent was raptors. No dwarfs on a bridge. Some bad news. There's a lot of dwarves on a lot of bridges. You know, that's like half of what this zone is about, I think. Ah, but these gnolls, all of them are too close to this base here. Let's just hope we don't pull too many. Because if we do, we're probably gonna die. Or have to run away very fast. This is probably fine. Is disease mist. I don't know how that works, but you consulted the ancient manuscripts and Jaune did not like dwarfs on a bridge. That seems like a very specific thing for historians to have noted. But you know what? It's probably fine. Also, we're probably gonna need to run away from this, but hopefully I can kill their gnoll first. Just need to kill the gnoll and then run away as fast as we can. Of course, it does not help having frostbolt on yourself when you try to run. Take the bubble. Oh, and we get the resist, and we're out of there. Hey, there's another gnoll. They were really good historians. Does that mean they're really good historians or really bad historians? You know? Because personally, if I was reading a historical account and it was talking about how much a person hated dwarfs on a bridge, I'd be kind of concerned as to their, you know, priorities and all that. Like, it doesn't seem to be the important parts of the historical record. I mean, yeah, definitely the Y in their name makes a distinction, but I still don't, even if there's a Y in their name, I don't see the reasoning as to why they'd be noting down such things. Also, how they would even know that, like, especially because Joan of Arc was like a real person, not in the WoW universe, so when you're talking about dwarfs in relation to Joan of Arc, you must be talking about, like, actual dwarfism. And at that point, her just having a thing against dwarves seems just kind of, you know, rude. I don't know. Seems like a very weird thing for her to be specifically against. It was some, like, childhood trauma of coming across a bridge with dwarves on it. I don't know. All these are mongrels. There's no gnolls. Or, well, I guess they are all gnolls, but they're not gnolls. Those are dark iron insurgents, so yeah. Did deep research and found no evidence she liked dwarfs, and found evidence she hated bridges based on the war near Orleans. Hence, she hated them. Well, but that still seems like a bit of a stretch. You know? Just saying that she hated bridges, and saying that there was no evidence that she, like, specifically liked dwarfs doesn't seem like a connection. I don't know, that's like, you don't make the rules, you just think them up and I think that's called making the rules. I think you just described the exact notion of rule making. Is you think them up and then you write them down. The only part you left out was enforcing them. Which I suppose is a big part of, you know, making something a rule, is if it's enforced or not, but... So there can be an unenforced rule, you know? Because then it would be more of like a taboo type rule, not a you're going to jail type rule, you know? It's so different. I don't know if it is. I kind of feel like it's a very similar kind of thing, you know? Are they gonna are they gonna be fine? Probably not. Okay, and that took the disease off her. That's good. Oh, felicitations. Another knoll. Perfect timing. What luck. An unenforced rule is the same as your mom telling you to go to bed. I mean, okay. But at the same time, I'm fairly sure that whether it's unenforced or not, and whether there's jail time behind it or not, it could still be considered a rule, and thus you were making the rules. You know? Because that's how parents do it too. They make up the rules. You just think them up and then tell you about them, and then if you don't do them, they, like, I don't know, kill you or something. They should be fine. Let's see, we need one more knoll, and then we're done with this very long quest. Where, once again, just like all other WoW quests. Also, I'm not seeing any groups. So, we're just gonna turn off the chat blocker because I'm not finding any groups anytime soon, apparently. Hey, the knoll that I need to run away from very quickly has respawned. Or the knoll that I don't need to run away from, so... Yeah, this is a much better option. Because that one's always scary to pull. Unless you're a mage, at which point you can just take out all these without having to worry about it. Let's see, we did that, so we need to go back up to the Green Warden. Oh, we can't Blizzard something. That is mages. Mages do that. I'm a priest, which is quite different, sadly. Pretty soon though, at some point, I will be getting Holy Nova, which is kind of like Arcane Explosion, except it heals people as well as damaging things, and it isn't very good at damaging. So it's kind of a spell. On my last priest, I never even really used it, I don't think. Like, at all. Well, these effects cause no threat. Really? Even the healing causes no threat? That's actually pretty good. If I was ever in a dungeon as a DPS and there's a lot of AoE, that might be good. We need that. I mean, maybe. That would certainly give us some AoE potential, but you know, for soloing things, usually we're not going to be using that. Generally, that's just, you know, for group things. Oh, hey, there's a plant. Someone almost walked right by it. Yeah, I'm very paranoid of this area. I don't know why, I just feel like I've died in this area a lot on retail, for no good reason. Who needs solo priest things? I think a solo priest needs solo priest things. That's, it's in the name. And I am a priest that has nobody around except this ooze. I think we could consider that possibly solo, I think. I mean, I guess I'm on stream, so technically there's other people, but... Let's see, dead mines groups. We don't need dead mines. We're too high level for dead mines. You know, I think you're thinking of rogues. You know, you know, backstabbing people, stealing their loot. I think you're thinking of rogues. I don't think priests do that nearly as much. Rogues, priests, same thing. I don't think they are. You just invite a rogue to your party to be the healer. That probably wouldn't go well for you. No, you should go do that. Let me know how that works out. The rogue's just sitting there, like, using first aid, just bandaging people. I mean, I guess it could work. At least, you know, if you have a really good tank.
Time is money, friend. Keep it real.
Let's see, so we need flints, we need the bag. We need to go up, turn in the quest here. There's a lot to do. Oh yeah, and then we need to turn in the skins back there, which will then send us out here to pick up more Proclus skins. You were at church last year for confession, and he ambushed you with an out-of-pocket question. A rogue. I don't think someone's a rogue just because they ask a question that takes you by surprise. I mean, maybe that they might have changed the definition of rogue since I last heard it, but I don't think that's a rogue. Although it might be a very, you know, bad confessional, because I'm pretty sure those people are supposed to listen a lot more than ask questions, you know. Dealt damage to you by surprise. That doesn't just mean that they're a rogue. They could be, you know, any other class that happens to do a sneak attack, you know? I mean, I attack all these enemies without them even aggroing on me because I have long range. It doesn't make me a rogue just because they don't know I'm there when I attack them. Mm-hmm. I wish I could see what level people were in chat. Level 22. Interesting. Oh, this area.
Great to meet you. Safe travels. Be good.
He asked for money, so that makes him a rogue. Because he sneak attacked you with a question and then asked for money. I mean, I kind of think that's just how confessionals work, right? I've never been to one, but I can assume. So if that's just kind of how it works, I would think that you would be expecting it. Your logic is irrefutable. I mean, it's pretty rock solid, I have to say, but certainly I feel like there could be some holes in that logic, maybe some leaps of logic even. Alright, well, let's go for the excavation. Maybe kill some gnolls up here and then head towards the excavation. Because that is more quests. But all these gnolls are around camps. Which is just gonna be great. When you said, "Where do I pay?" he disappeared. Are you sure he didn't just leave the confessional booth? You know, that isn't him disappearing. That's just you know, that's just him walking away. So why did you have to die so close to all the other enemies? I don't want to deal with that. Alright, well, I guess bubble. Give me my loot. Yep, and they all aggro. And they have frostbolt. That's fine. And they have another frostbolt. Very shady. That's true. That does sound like rather shady behavior. Especially for a priest. Like, I don't know how that works. You know, what are they teaching them in priest school to make them be able to stealth? They told you that they well, wait. I mean, isn't that kind of true though? Isn't that how that works? You're not supposed to know who's on the other side of the confessional booth. It's like that's not rogue behavior. That's just how they have it set up, you know? It's supposed to be, I guess, like a thing between you and God, and it's not supposed to be, you know, another person there. I don't think that makes them a rogue. I don't know. I might just be in denial, you know, but I feel like that's not rogue behavior. That just sounds like a slightly shadier than normal church, you know? And you know, them Catholics with their confessionals certainly seems like a shady business. Although it's funny because that's like supposed to be the opposite. A church being shady, you know, they're not supposed to be shady. So these fen runners are always so fast. I don't like it. You need to put some candles with that. Okay, now to be fair, if they're saying that you can only use the candles purchased there for it, that is kind of rogue behavior. I'm starting to see what you're saying. I mean, do churches actually do that? Cause that's like, I mean, I guess I could see like kind of a reason for it. Maybe they have like a specific kind of candle that doesn't damage their, I don't know, whatever you put the candles on. But it also, that seems like exactly the situation where, you know, Jesus went in and flipped tables because they kept selling sacrifices, and they were like, oh, any sacrifices you bring from out there are unclean. You need to buy our sacrifices. And Jesus was like, nah, man, gotta put a stop to this. You're turning the house of God into a marketplace. You can't do that. That sounds almost exactly like it, like, your candles aren't good enough. You need to buy our candles. Otherwise you're unholy. So yeah, that's not okay. He would flip some pews. I don't know how many tables they have in the church, but he'd certainly flip some pews. So yeah, that I'm starting to see your point. You know, you have convinced me. They might be a rogue church. You know, church made out of rogues. Stockade's 27 plus. Sad. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna find a Stockades group, because apparently the optimal level is 27 plus. Hence, I don't think priest equals rogue, just because those priests might equal rogues, you know? I could definitely concede that there might be some overlap, though. You know, because I'm not going around selling candles, you know? Or talking to people in confessionals asking for donations, you know? Your evidence is irrefutable. I mean, it gets complicated. Because I'm certainly not a rogue. If I was a rogue, where's the stealth button? You know? I'm supposed to have like a big button above my bar, like right over here, that has the stealth icon on it. You know, where's that if I am so roguish? And actually, my last rogue, the last rogue I had on here died, so that was unfortunate. It's like with rogues, it all goes so well until it doesn't, you know? Oh, and they're named after the biggest rogues of all, Pharma. But I am walking in enemy territory, but they're not attacking me because there's aggro radiuses, radii. I don't know. I'm not getting aggro from them, you know, because I'm not close enough. They have very they have cataracts. They can't see very far, so it's like if I'm too far away, they're like, "Huh, who's that? Another knoll? I probably shouldn't attack him." And then you know you get close to them and they see you for what you really are. Then they attack you. I mean they can see me. They just don't notice. Well, okay. They can notice me. They just can't, you know, they just don't attack me cuz I'm not close enough to be a threat, you know? I'm not a rogue, I swear. I mean, I haven't even pickpocketed anyone. You know, that is the telltale sign of a rogue, is if they're going around pickpocketing things. You know, because it's a very, very good way to get money as a rogue. So if I was a rogue, I'd be doing that, right? They're not afraid of my organization. I don't have an organization. I mean, they might be afraid of me. I don't know. Although, you know, if like 2 or more of them attacked me, they'd probably win. Robbing every body you kill. Well, that's okay. That's different. That's not pickpocketing. That's just grave robbing, or I don't know, or pre-grave robbing, because they're not even in a grave yet, and I'm just stealing them. Unless the rogues leave them alive. I mean, I guess that's kind of true. Although I think the greatest rogues would pickpocket and then kill and loot, because I think you can get extra money that way. So I'm at best I'd be a moderate rogue, you know, because I'm only doing one of the 2 ways to get money. I mean, especially because you can't pickpocket the same thing twice, so pickpocketing them and then killing them would actually be the most efficient way to do it. Not that I have any personal experience with that. If you can't loot everything after you've killed them, you're no rogue. I know, right? I mean, it is weird that you can get extra money by pickpocketing that you couldn't get if you just killed them. Because you would think you could just, you know, take all their loot after they're dead, but apparently there's some loot that is only manifested while they're still alive. Or maybe in combat, they like, one of their pockets rips open and the money falls on the ground. I don't know. Hence they aren't rogues. Okay, so you're telling me that rogues that kill things rather than pickpocket aren't rogues. And you're saying that I'm a rogue because I'm a priest. Yeah, this new age math is a bit too confusing for me. So let's see, we still got some inventory spaces. Let's go for the excavation over here. It's priest math? I don't think it is. I think I think this is rogue math. See, that's what you're the rogue, and you're trying to convince everyone else that they're rogues in order to cover your own tracks. You know? You want every time there's a crime for people to be investigating the church and not you. You know? That's what you're doing. I see right through your lies. Also, we're back to the raptors now, so yeah. That's gonna be fun. But don't worry, they're not too bad. You just run right past them with a bubble up and they can't do much. I didn't promise no raptors. I said I've killed most of the raptors, and thus we won't need to be seeing them imminently. But now we're back to the raptors, so you know, it is what it is. Also, how do I get up there? I wanna get up there as loot. Is that, oh, that's in the middle of the Dragon Maw area. Okay, we can't get there. You know, if I was a warrior, I might be able to get up there because I might just be able to charge up the cliff, but sadly, no. I'm not a warrior, for I'm a priest and not a rogue.
Interest you on a pint? Be good.
Well, okay. That is a singular circumstance, you know? Most is not always 99%.
What can I do for ya? Keep
I think
your feet on the
most
ground.
is anything above,
Safe
like,
travels.
what,
can I do for
70%? Or is most just simple majority? Thus, 51%. I'm not sure. But I know most isn't necessarily 99%. Even though, okay, a 99% thing is most, but it is not the only value that could be considered most. And it's not rogue promises, because I didn't promise anything. I just said that there wouldn't be rogues for a time, or there wouldn't be a raptors for a time. That's not exactly a promise. That's just, you know. Contact the company that makes the hand. Why are priests making hand wash? I mean, is that how they do it? Is they bless the hand soap and it makes it like better? I don't know. That's how it kills all those bacteria? It's holy soap? Yeah, I guess so. I mean, that's why it works so well. Although you'd think if it was holy soap, it would kill 100% of bacteria. I would think so. You know, they're sitting over there saying like, oh, God is perfect, and he only kills 99% of bacteria. Like, come on, that's not perfection. That's just mostly perfection, you know? That's not okay. That's like blasphemy. These guys put a lot of diseases on. I don't appreciate it. Well, okay. So is the bacteria working for the devil then? Is that what conclusion we're coming to? That bacteria is pure evil? And additionally, I mean, God is supposed to have power over the devil, so once again, only being able to kill 99% of the bacteria, that doesn't make a very convincing argument. Yeah, I'm starting to see why you didn't like raptors. They're kind of a handful. Look, and there's a rogue. A rogue and raptors. All the things you do not like. But yeah, everyone remembers this level of the Joan of Arc campaign, you know? That's no rogue. That just because he's not a priest doesn't mean that he's not a rogue. That's not how that works. I mean, we can agree that some priests might be rogues to a degree in the way that they act, but that doesn't mean that they can't be a rogue if they're not a priest, you know? 99% of them? That we're back to the 99%. That's not how that works either. And we're back to the rule making. I very much think you do make the rules. That's crazy. I don't know. I'm starting to think that, you know, the person that keeps calling rogues priests and priests rogues is the crazy one. I don't think that that's a good point, you know. Just saying spoken like a true rogue doesn't make me a rogue. 'Cause technically one could speak like a rogue and not actually be a rogue, you know? There's a big difference there. These people. Somehow we got from Joan of Arc to talking about priests and rogues and the differences between them. Gave irrefutable proof so far? I don't think you did. I think you gave a whole lot of hullabaloo, you know, and that's it. There's been no proof thus far. I mean, we're literally teamed up with a rogue here. That's a rogue. And you see, even the health bars are different colors. The yellow means rogue, white means priest, you know? It's considerable difference, you know? Alright, got a cloak and drop, that's good. Well, okay, first of all, they're not they're not helpless raptors. They're definitely helping themselves to our flesh currently. Additionally, these aren't their artifacts. They're dwarven artifacts that we are then unearthing, you know? They don't belong to the raptors. Or help by someone name a rogue? Yeah, because they're a rogue. that's just what they are. I don't see what the problem is with getting help from a rogue, you know? Like, rogue narrative. They don't belong to the raptor. They don't, though. It is simply the truth. How can artifacts belong to the raptors when the raptors don't own the artifacts? You know? See, now that's irrefutable proof right there. The Geneva Convention need to hear about this? Oh, trust me, I have already had my run-ins with the Geneva Convention. They don't let me near Geneva anymore. Yeah, that was just after I played RimWorld, you know. And it doesn't prove that I'm a rogue. It just proves that I'm you know, anytime I play RimWorld, I become a complete psychopath. But you know, don't we all? Interesting. See, there's people on these pots. You can't say that those are raptor people. You know, because they're not. So thus they are not raptor artifacts. If anything, the raptors stole the artifacts from people, and thus we are stealing them back, you know? Thus it is justified. Appropriate their culture, bro. It literally has humans on it. They're appropriating human culture by guarding all of these artifacts, not letting us get them. Raptoriums? I don't even know what that means. I don't know. That's I'm just
You got my
saying.
attention.
These raptor that's not their artifacts, it's our artifacts. Let's see. It's okay. First of all, I do see raptors around here that aren't guarding artifacts. Because there's a bunch of raptors outside this area that are all just, you know, guarding their eggs, and we killed them too. So obviously it's not their artifacts, because they just guard anything. It's not rogue behavior. It's priest behavior when I'm getting paid to slaughter a bunch of raptors. They're defending the front of the place. I don't think they are. That's not them defending the front of this place. That's just them defending in general. You know? They're not defending this place. They're defending the camps that they made outside this place. It's completely different. Getting paid for slaughtering. Okay, to be fair, that's more mercenary behavior than rogue behavior. You know, if we're gonna be all persnickety about it. You know, rogues usually get paid themselves through what they do. You know, pickpocketing, looting, all that stuff. That generally is its own reward. You know, mercenaries, I think those are more akin to warriors, you know? Very far away from priest? Okay, well, you just wait until we get into a dungeon. Whenever I actually find a group. Which who knows when that would be. Because, you know, I keep looking at the look for group chat every so often. Which is why the thing goes black here, but I'm not seeing very many groups for that. But you know, once we get into a dungeon as a healer, you'll see that we're a priest, not a rogue. Because everyone else will be the rogues, killing things, looting them, doing quests. I'll just be there healing people. You know, that's very different. Rogues don't heal people. That's not a rogue thing to do. And people group with rogues all the time. So, if anything, people not grouping with me just goes to show how, you know, much unlike a rogue I am, you know? Hmm. Yeah, we're certainly in an awkward level, because I think we still need like another level or two before we'll be optimal for Stockades or Black Fathom. So quite unfortunate. But I can try. You associate with rogues to kill people. Okay, I might be a rogue by association. But certainly not a rogue on my own. I don't think I'm over leveled for either of them. I mean, Black Fathom was like the lowest optimal level for Black Fathom was 24, I think, and I've just hit 25, so I'm still pretty much at the low end of Black Fathom. And then, I mean, Stockades, I think that I'm a good level for Stockades, but I saw in chat people were saying that they were only taking 27 plus for Stockades. And it's like, that's a very specific level. It's probably to stop people from pulling the Basil thread. Because I think he's the level 29 dude who always pulls on the low level people. Yeah, I mean, certainly I'm high enough level for the quests for the places, but in hardcore, a lot of people want to be a little bit more over leveled for the dungeons. You know? They want people to be a bit higher, just to lower the chances that everyone's gonna get killed. Also, where the heck is Sorrel Tooth? Supposed to be here. Yeah, it's just taking a very... Oh, there he is. His smite does not do very much damage. I keep pressing the wrong button for that. Again, this is the last relic thingamawhat's it we need. A long time before hardcore came on. Yeah, I've played this game most of my life, so I've certainly been playing it a very long time. But I came back specifically for the hardcore this time. which has been quite a bumpy road thus far. Also, you play priests then. I don't know, personally, when it comes to hardcore, I have a difference between my favorite class and the class that I'm usually playing. Because my favorite class is Hunter overall. But at the same time, I think my favorite class for hardcore specifically is Priest. Because it's easier to get into dungeons as a healer. It's, you know, it's easier to level, really. I mean, hunters have it easy to level because they can just kill things over and over, and one after the other, and they never really need to stop. But priests have a lot more survivability. Like, if things go wrong, you're not just gonna die immediately.
Off with you.
But yeah, certainly, there's a surprising number of hunters in here that die.
Keep your feet on the ground.
You know, you would honestly think that hunters would be like the easiest class to play in here because they're such efficient levelers, but evidently not. Yeah, we got a new wand and new shoulder pads, so that's good. They die a lot. It would definitely seem so. The Warlock Paradox, what is that? Oh, free gear. Is it better gear, though? Yes. Nice. Alright, so apparently he's doing the elite quests. Which would be nice, because those elite quests lead to a quest in Stockades. You feel so strong, you forget your limits. That is true. Actually, apparently, that's what got Mord killed on her hunter, was she got super overconfident and ended up just dying. He's right there. Oh. Nice. Yeah, so apparently he's heading that way for some reason. But we're going up to the elite quests, I think. Or are we doing the banner quest? Oh, that elite quest. Oh, they're asking if they have that too. Okay, so we're doing both. You ever played the hardcore servers? You kind of want to? Yeah, it's certainly quite nice. Until you die, of course. It's a fun experience until you die and then you get upset. But up until that point, you know, it's a lot more exciting. But yeah, I do think that paradox definitely exists. Oh yeah, I need to double check the corpses for the banners. The death is the best part, just like real life. I don't think that's true. I don't think dying is the best part of being alive, but you know. I suppose it might be. I've never died before, so. Oh, mana potions. I'll definitely take those. Oh yeah, I remember the Iron Man challenge. I never, like, officially tried the Iron Man challenge, but I certainly heard of it quite a lot. And was it part of the Iron Man challenge that was, you could only use, up to common, like, rarity items? Or was that a different challenge? Because I do remember that being a restriction on something. Yeah, only white items? Yeah. Yeah, it definitely sounded like fun, because then you don't, like, you start out basically normal strength, because in the beginning you only get white items anyways. But then as the game progresses, you just feel yourself getting weaker and weaker and weaker. And eventually you just, you know, can't do anything very efficiently anymore because you don't have any stats. Although there was this one person, although actually multiple people I think, that were doing something very similar to that on the hardcore servers, where they were, I think, leveling with no armor, essentially. No armor, no weapons, just punching. And that sounded pretty fun. Kind of tedious though. But apparently, I don't know if this is true, but I did hear that Blizzard was maybe going to be implementing solo self-found, which is a lot more like the Iron Man thing. Because basically solo self-found means you can't group, you can't trade, you can just basically just do what you could do in the Iron Man one. Yeah, it would be quite nice. Although I do kind of like the idea that you can trade and use the auction house in this, just because it makes life a lot easier to make money, you know? Because being able to use the auction house, it's quite nice. I mean, by using the auction house, I ended up making like 100 gold by level 30 on my last priest. But yeah, it certainly does trivialize some things. But grouping also can make things a bit more difficult, because, you know, when you have grouping available, you can also do a bunch of dungeons. And in the late game, there's a lot of really difficult dungeons. So definitely the questing can be a lot, you know, the questing's a lot easier, but the dungeoning can end up being an extra challenge. Also, they're dying and they're like 10 miles away from us. So I can't do anything about that. Oh, you can still group later, just not for questing? That makes sense. Yeah, then I'd be fine with that. Man, but I kind of am waiting very impatiently for, there's this other MMO that I've been playing my whole life, and it just recently, I think in like the last year or two, there was this server that came out that was hardcore. And so it's a hardcore variant of that MMO, and they have solo self-found in it as well. And I'm waiting for that server to reset, because they said that they were going to be, you know, they've been making a lot of changes to it, so they were thinking of resetting the server and going for like a season 2 kind of thing, and I've been waiting for that to happen so I can start streaming that too. Because as of right now, there's already like a bunch of people in there that are level 100 something, and it's like, I don't really want to jump into it when it's so late into that era, but getting in there like really early would be nice for the second round. But yeah, we'll see what happens with that. Oh, I don't have enough space. I am full up on. We don't need oil. We don't need mutton. Okay, there we go. Well, let's see. Oh, steel bloom. Must have steel bloom. Oh gosh. The steel bloom blinded my senses. I flew too close to the sun. Hey, the desire for steel bloom is not a roguish endeavor. The desire for steel bloom is it is a priest's duty to pick all the steel blooms. Plus, if I was a rogue, I'd be a lot more stealthy about it. Yes, now we need to go back, turn in. I should probably go out like this direction so I don't end up running through all the enemies again. So you're saying that by me not stealthing, that automatically makes me a rogue because it's stealthy to not stealth, because it hides my true nature as a rogue. I mean, I guess I could see that, but you know, I think you're making a bit of a stretch there. Also, why is this person just running back and forth across wetlands? Like, I swear I've seen them like 5 times just running on the road. Same boar with the same name. Kinda weird. Unless they're patrolling it so that like low-level night elves can get through easier. I don't know. It's stealth squared? Is that what that means? I don't know if that's true, but we will see, I suppose. You know, also, if I was a rogue, I'd be able to wear leather armor. You know, I'm not wearing leather armor. The only reason I wouldn't be upgrading to leather is because I'm, you know, I can't. So thus I am not a rogue. See, it makes perfect sense. Additionally, never mind, it's not there. I was thinking if there was a priest-only quest that I could pick up, then that would prove that I'm a priest, but don't want people to see me wearing leather armor, hence I'm a rogue. I don't know if that's how that works. I think you're just gaslighting. You know? You just tried to convince me that I'm a rogue when I'm not. That's, you know, it's probably gonna be pretty difficult. You're saying the facts. I don't. Facts according to whom? Because you know you could be you could be saying some skewed facts. Like, were these peer-reviewed facts? Are they? Did you get them from a scientific journal? You know, showing that everything you're saying is well documented and proven. Wait, that's the same person again. Do they just keep running out, taking a flight path back, and then running again? Or are they Hearthstoning? How would they do that? $60 sweet nectar? You asked 4 people if I'm a rogue and they said yes. That's not proof. That is circumstantial. That is, what's the word? That's just their opinion. That can't be trusted.
See you soon.
4 times more proof than I have. That is a lie. I have a lot of proof. All you're, presenting is your own opinion that is then seconded by other people. I am just saying that based on very real, observable, and repeatable things that I am not a rogue. And you're just saying, well, Jimmy said he was a rogue, so, it's gotta be true.
See you soon.
I personally,
Safe travels.
I don't really, I don't approve of Jimmy. I don't think he's very reliable. Okay, so now we need to go burn the catapults. Will I need to go back again? Like, back there, burn the catapults, and then come back again, turn it in, and then get the quest? Because if that's true, I'm gonna be upset.
Greetings. Go with honor, friend.
So let's see, where would one... Probably in the inn is where you'd get sweet nectar. Witches have been burned for less. Well, yeah, but witches have also been burned for nothing. So that's not really saying much. We're not trying to revive the witch trials here, I don't think. Let's see, bartender,
You got my
innkeeper,
attention.
sweet nectar, okay. So let's see if we can't sell some of this stuff to get us some room for a ton of sweet nectar. Okay.
Watch your back.
Okay, so we got the nectar. It's these 3. 20 plus 20 plus 20 equals 60. The actual lawyer joke. That, I think I did read it, I just didn't, like, fully process it because I was already trying to work on a rebuttal. But I'm assuming it's the one where you're saying that hearsay and conjecture evidence are the types of evidence I don't have, which would be a good thing, seeing as how hearsay and conjecture are, bad types of evidence, I think. Yeah, it's pretty good. What are they doing over there? I mean, this person's been like half dead constantly the entire time. I don't know what they're up to, but probably no good. Just like a rogue. That. So, what you're saying is if I'm stealthy, I'm like a rogue. If I'm not stealthy, I'm also like a rogue. And if I'm smart, I'm like a rogue. If I'm not smart, I'm like a rogue. Essentially, rogue if you do, rogue if you don't, is what this boils down to. I think I sold everything I needed to sell in town. No, I did not. I need to sell that. I didn't really look very closely. You didn't say that. I said that, hence I'm a rogue. That's... I don't think that's how that works. I don't know. I would... Oh, come by the second entrance? Okay, that makes sense. So I need to head all the way up there. Ugh. A lot of running in this zone. But you know, it's fine. Running's my middle name, so we'll just deal with it. Feels pretty sketchy. Yeah. I mean, at this point, pretty much everything that I do or say seems sketchy, and thus roguelike. So, you know, I don't think anything that I say or do would be able to convince you that I am not a rogue. But now, the question is, would a rogue concede that they cannot convince you that they're not a rogue? Because I am saying that obviously nothing I say will convince you, and thus I shall stop trying to argue that I am not a rogue. Hence, in not arguing that I'm not a rogue, I am thus not a rogue. See, it works out perfectly. Some pretty rogue behavior. Of course it does. You know, it's like, okay, back in school, I had this friend who, one of the things he would say is that you could say, that's what the government wants you to think, to pretty much any question or statement or anything. It's like a catch-all statement. And that's kind of what sounds like rogue behavior is here. It just, anything that I say or do could be construed as rogue behavior in some way, shape, or form. And you know, but me being a rogue, I think that's what the government wants you to think. So, obviously, I can't be a rogue, because that's just what the government wants you to think about me. Alright, we're almost back. It has been a long journey to get here. He was probably a rogue. Yeah. He kind of was. I mean, he wasn't very stealthy. But yeah, he was probably a rogue. So I need to do that. Destroy the catapults. Oh, they're going in. Whatever, it doesn't matter. I'll just do this again later. Okay, that's a lot of people.
On your guard.
Ow. Yeah, they forgot to do the catapults too. Um, Certainly, I'm not, okay, I'm not I was trying to make sure if the person that left was the group leader and if I was put in that position, but I was not. I don't know. I feel like, on one hand, joining a Discord would probably be good, but at the same time, that is social stuff. And I don't know. Especially because I'll probably end up like playing Age of Empires 2 for a while, and then I'll probably fall out of playing it for like another year or something, because that's how I do. So I usually don't get too invested in any like gaming community, because I always end up inevitably falling out of it. You know? Not social, rogue behavior. How is that really rogue behavior? Is that, I don't know if that's how that works. But yeah, honestly, I really wish that I was the kind of person that could just play the same game forever. Because there are those people that just day in and day out, like they get on, I don't know, Valorant or something, and they just play, and they get to like really high ranks, and they get really good at the game. But I can't do that. I've always jumped between games all over the place. The most rogue behaviors to be antisocial. Is it though? I mean, I guess it depends on what kind of rogue you are. Because some rogues, I would say, could be very, like, charming. But you're shocked when you see people play the same game for years. Yeah, same. It's like, how do you not get bored? How do you not get sick of it? You know, personally, I would get very sick of it. You know, even... like, wow, I've been playing this for probably a month now? A few weeks? I don't know. And I'm already, like, near the end of my interest in this game. And it's only been a few weeks. So, it's just how it works sometimes. I don't know why. I just can't hold on to interest to games for that long. Played the same game for decades, but for 2 months a year. Yeah, I've certainly gotten like I think for a long time Skyrim and RimWorld were those kinds of things. Because those were the games that I would play only every so often, and yet it was still like a consistent thing. It was like I would only do one playthrough of Skyrim every year or two, but I would just play it so much all at once that it would end up being kind of a staple of my entire gaming existence until somewhat like within recent years that I ended up playing it so many times all the way through that I can't really play it anymore. Like, I literally just have gotten to a point where I know every dungeon and every engagement, and it's no longer interesting. So, it's quite unfortunate. Hopefully I won't get to that point with any other games. Like WoW. Because that would just be tragic. You haven't played it in a few years? Yeah. I will. I hope not. I mean, I haven't thus far, and I've already been playing them for years, so... So who knows? But certainly every game does get old after a while. It's just eventually if something gets old enough times, it gets old permanently. And that's the true tragedy of it. He's immune to fire damage? That's overpowered. What the heck? Yeah, but I mean, there's a lot of people out there that just play one game. All right, well I'll see you around then. Glad to see you. I'll try not to die as well, but I no promises. Yeah, and I should definitely go in and, you know, mess with the auto mod a bit. I don't know exactly what I even want it to be censoring and what I want it to be leaving alone. I just haven't put much thought into it yet. But we'll figure that out at some point. Alright. So we just did the Necrosh thing. How do you change layer? It sounds painful. But like, I know that if you group up, if you're a singular person and you group up with someone else, you can change layer. But okay, I guess they disband the group and then put the group back together, and that, you know, shifts the layer a bit. I don't know. How do I keep pulling aggro off this guy? That didn't make much sense. That's sad. Steel Bloom is way up there. Alright, but we're free of that encampment once more. So we can kind of head up towards the other elite quests. And I think they'll re-invite us once they figure out the, you know, grouping situation. The layering and all that. Alright, we'll turn in this quest and get the next one. Because I think this is where we get the lurker quest from. Yeah. So we need the 12 creepers. How are you going this way? Can't get life through yet. Oh, okay, he's back. Yeah, the whole layering thing is a bit off-putting when it just everything disappears for a second and you don't know if enemies are just gonna appear right on top of you after you load into the next zone. Kinda scary. But once again, it's nice that we get these done now, because we can then get the Stockades quest from it. Hopefully that will allow us to do all the Stockades quests in one run. Because sometimes, like, usually I have to do multiple runs of Stockades just to get each of the quests done. Let's see, we can go up this, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Okay. So it seems, I think they moved layers because there were groups already doing that, like this quest. So I would assume that being on this different layer means that we get, you know, the whole place to ourselves, I would hope. With this many people, it should go quickly.
Hello. How are you? Be good.
Get all our buffs going. Oh man. Varigan's Fist with Fiery Weapon. That is kind of terrifying. I mean, Varigan's Fist on its own is a pretty strong weapon, but... you know, adding Fiery into the mix just makes it all the more deadly. The second he gets back, the other rogue has to leave. That's bad timing. Yeah, that's fine. We can wait another minute before, you know, massacring everything. Death Magic. It's a good name. I don't know, that kind of name I would assume either Warlock or maybe Shadow Priest. But who's to say? Could be a warrior and it's just a very... nope, it's a Warlock. As expected. Level 30. Jeez. I guess everyone in here is a bit higher level than me. Yeah, I'm the odd one out here. So these guys, I'm surprised they haven't been getting shot a bunch, because I mean, somehow all the bullets just keep hitting this thing and these like boxes. I think if this goes on long enough, they'd end up actually hitting the dwarves, but apparently not. Also, who's even shooting? Because nobody on their side even has like a... oh no, I guess that guy's shooting. Okay. Okay, so they actually did think of that. So these guys and these guys are the ones shooting. Very interesting. But also, I don't know if this was fixed, but I heard that there was, or I saw that there was a bug where these guys' dynamite can actually, like, PvP flag you or something if you're directly hit by it. So, apparently it's quite dangerous to just stand in this whole area, just in case the dynamite comes out and hits you. Of course, that's only if you meet a horde person who's also PvP flagged, which there isn't a very high chance of that out here in the wetlands. And we wait. I assume we're waiting for this guy to get up here before we start the slaughter. So let's see. We can make some bolts. Not much else to really do. The enemies are starting to drop silk. That's where you get all the good stuff in tailoring. So that'll be nice. I've already got myself the spider silk boots, which is what I'm wearing. And I got the azure silk hood and the lesser wizard's robe, which I think we're all silk. Yeah. So yeah, silk is definitely where tailoring takes off. And then of course silk bags worth a good amount. Cause there's like 10 slot, I think. Oh, and actually this 10 slot bag I got here should probably, you know, I should probably use it and give me that extra 2 spaces. Oh, yeah, and I never ended up actually I think it was this guy that was asking for the sweet nectar. I don't know how much it would... I'm not sure how much it would be. But yeah, I don't need the exact amount back. So, we'll do a gold and call it good. Okay, now we're starting to kill things. Because this person's here. There we are. Everyone's buffed, even if it's like very offset buffs, but you know, it's fine. Oh no. These dang defenses. Alright, but we should be fine. These guys definitely aren't nearly strong enough to take out, you know, an entire dungeon group's worth of people. Although I should be trying to stay probably as far back as I can. Seeing as how some of these guys are orange to me, meaning their aggro radius will be gargantuan. Enchanting formula. Probably not all that necessary. Especially because I don't have enchanting. There's a steel bloom back there. Wonder where that is. Looks like it's kind of behind this thing, so I guess up that way. Yeah, the healing so far not too difficult for this. Although my DPS is certainly leaves a lot to be desired for sure, because they keep resisting me. And this wand keeps this wand is a bit slower than my earlier one, which is also quite unfortunate. Because we all know that faster wands are objectively better. Alright, nothing's pulling so far. It's probably good. Dark iron leather. Very useful, I'm sure. Although actually, that'd probably be very good for people doing that Iron Man challenge that, you know, was going on, that we were talking about earlier. Because at this level, finding good, common, or lower quality armor is actually kind of difficult. Alright, but we don't need to drink. So we'll just wait. The add-on. Okay, can the boss spawn here? Oh, I guess he can. Balgaras? No, it was this. Usually that works. Maybe you need a more specific name. Let's see. Well, that doesn't really help. Either way, the slash target didn't work just by putting in his general name, which usually it can like fill in any gaps, even if it's not the exact name. So I think he's probably not within targeting distance. Yeah, so there's a good chance he's not here if the target isn't unit scan didn't alert. Yeah, I mean he's usually in the other camp. As far as I've seen, I don't think I've ever really seen him here in this town. Which is kind of weird. Because you'd think if he has an equal chance of spawning in multiple locations that you would see him in all the different locations he can spawn. But I certainly have not experienced that. His weapon does so much damage. Like, he's at the top of the DPS meter and 60% of all his damage is just auto attacks. I mean, that's how Varigan's Fist does. Probably one of my favorite reasons to go for Paladin. Just to get Varigan's Fist and destroy everything. Now, if the Saboteur, if their like blow up ability is just them lighting a dynamite and waiting for it to explode, how does it make sense that, you know, a rogue can just kick the ability? You know? It doesn't make much sense. What do you just kick the dynamite out of their hand? I guess that could work, but can't do that while moving. You most certainly can do it while moving. I don't know what this message has been smoking, but yeah, I buff people while moving all the time. I don't know what the problem is. I'm assuming I'm just not close enough and it's... Yeah, see? While moving. That is true, we need the demolitionists. Man, this guy's red to me and his bombs still do like no damage. What a loser. So we found Bulgaras. Bulgaris? I don't know how the heck you would pronounce that. Yeah, this is a very full camp, but we have an entire dungeon group. I really doubt we'll have much of an issue. You know, like, just having 2 or 3 non-dungeon ready players is usually what we have for these kinds of quests, but with this, it's like we have like a legitimate tank, a legitimate healer, and 3 DPS. Between Warlock and Rogues is probably as good a DPS as you can get. I mean, I guess maybe a mage instead of a Warlock would be preferable for AoE engagements, but overall, not really much I would change about the group. Yeah, because that was only, was that 3 or 4 enemies? I think it was 3 enemies all at once. It's not too bad. Not bad at all. Now, I guess the only issue would really be if we pull multiple enemies with the boss. Because the enemies on their own might not be a big issue, but the boss himself is pretty tough. Now we drink again. And maybe this next pull will be the big one. Ah. Very big pull. A single tunneler. Oh hey, and he pulled... I think that was one of the guys from the camp. He managed to pull it away. Alright, not bad. Ooh. Oh, that's actually really good. For the level, that is. Okay, so he'll sap that. And then we'll kill the Demolitionist, then the Voidwalker, then the boss. Yeah, that boss hits like a truck. Alright, and then we should, because he's the only one left, so we should be good to just attack and then heal whenever we regen mana. Oh, the Shadow Bolt volley is not good. Okay, but they're kicking it. That's good. Nice. Yeah, that guy is definitely a difficult enemy to face. Evidently, with any group composition, it becomes difficult. Oh yeah, and we still need dwarves and demolitionists. Yeah, and I should have, halfway through that fight when the boss was on me, I probably should have healed up. Or like, yeah, healed up with like Desperate Prayer or something. But I was kind of just waiting for the tank to pull him off me, which did happen, luckily. Yeah, but I think dwarves aren't nearly as common here. And there's some on the outskirts of the camp, but I think killing the demolitionist we need and then heading back up to the town up there, I think that is a lot greater, you know, concentration of dwarves in there. Nice crit. Very, very nice. That's a lot of enemies. It'll be fine. That target? Why do you place down target, Duffy? We're good. We're all fine. See, and I'm getting all the crits. Very, very much mana efficient. All of that just to heal the one demolitionist. Yeah, but it certainly did not help that I'm, you know, multiple levels lower than most of these enemies. I mean, the boss was red to me, so that was a sticky situation for sure. So, I don't know, warlock pets are demons, meaning even a void walker is demonic. So how does holy magic heal it? I mean, I guess I don't really know the exact relation between, like, Burning Legion demons and holy magic. I would just assume they're kind of, I don't know, opposite. And that using light, you know, holy light magic on a void walker seems to be a bit, you know, counterintuitive. Seems like it would actually kill it rather than healing it. Ooh, Swift Thistle. Quite nice. I'll probably need to send another, you know, another mailbox full of loot over to my mule. Did someone say void? Yes, I did say void. Apparently, void has ears everywhere and can just appear when he is mentioned.
Here there. Watch your back.
Oh, that's good.
Off with you.
Off with you. You're all-knowing. Oh, if you're so all-knowing, then what's my favorite color, huh, Void? Sure you don't know that. Dwarfs on a bridge. Hi, Jay. Welcome back. Black like the void. That is not true. Actually, my brother's favorite color is black, so you were a bit off. You missed by like one sibling. Also, I'm pretty sure these guys aren't on a bridge. They're in a town. There's a bridge over there, but these ones are certainly not on a bridge.
Great to meet you. Keep your feet on the ground.
Yeah, and then let's see. Yeah, so Deep Fury, that's the Stockades quest. Do we have the quest to go up here and do this? I don't think we do. But I'll go with them anyways. Because, you know, I always could use a... My favorite color is... You broke your what? I don't even know what that is, so... I mean, technically, I guess it could be my favorite color, and I just wouldn't know because I don't even know what that term means, so... It's a softer blue. Do we want a soft blue? Is that... I don't know, I've never seen it before. But you are pretty close. Yeah, I think these guys are going over to do the explosives thing. Is this a dungeon? Not yet. Yeah, he was doing that quest. But these quests do lead up to the Stockades quests. So I'll probably be doing Stockades pretty soon here. Man, I don't have the quest to go in here either. Also, Void, if you're all knowing, you should know that this isn't a dungeon. Oh yeah, and that quest down there is that's a different quest. That's the one that's in the water. You were testing me? Oh, of course. Of course. Because you obviously knew. You knew that this wasn't a dungeon, but you just had to test me to make sure I knew. The one that sends you to South Shore, the timed quest? I probably don't, I'm not high enough level to get the South Shore quest. So yeah, I don't know what else to do here. I think we're about done. You need to jump to it. Can I though? I mean, the only one I can see that I can get is the letter all the way down there, which somehow I can select from up here. That is a very long drop. Oh, this tower? Ah. Are they the ones trying to jump to it? Oh, I see. Yeah, you can probably jump down to there. Apparently lets you up here, does not let you around from here. Oh, it's never mind. He figured it out. So you say over here, there's a guy I jumped to with a quest. I mean, I guess there's water down there if we fall. I don't know if I can make that jump though. Maybe from up here? There's a long ways to go though. I don't know. I kind of feel like Slow fall? I don't have slow fall yet. I mean, I can try. I need to go down there anyways to get the letter. I just hope that it's not shallow water. Go to the left. I mean, that's as far left as I can. Oh, is it that guy? Yeah, it says the quest is too high level for me. An invisible wall on the chain. Oh. Yeah. Sadly, the quest is too high level for me. That's why it's not popping up on my questy. Only the one that's down there. Which I shouldn't be so hesitant to go get it. But oh, there they go. I'll just follow in their, you know, their jump pattern because they fell right there. I just follow them down to make sure that I land on somewhere that isn't shallow. Because that's always the worst. It can look like water, but then you hit the bottom and it most certainly is not water. Yeah, because I think the path up is way over there, right? Yeah. Plus, I think there's a lot of enemies in between me and them. I am 26. But it did seem like a lot of this stuff is level 31 or so. And I don't know, that's it. Everything has like a different threshold as to when it'll show up as a achievable or acceptable quest. Maybe it's because I'm not a rogue. Oh, and Void, technically Slowfall is available to mages, but it's also available to priests, because priests, they don't get Slowfall, but they get Levitate, which makes you float above the ground and also get a slow falling type, you know, movement. So yeah, it basically does the same thing. Additionally, Levitate also makes it so you can jump, or like you can hover over water. So in theory, I think it's better than Slowfall in some ways. Although, if I remember correctly, oh gosh, I'm jumping too much. I need to run all the way around again, I think. Out of range. One second, I'm gonna go all the way around. If I can. I'm gonna find a safe place to get down from here. Let's see. There's no good way back up from this. Sad. See. Still out of range. So yeah, we'll just need to hop down from here. Should be fine. As a rogue, since you can stab on water. Ooh, that's actually pretty nice, yeah. Oh no, yeah, because I was thinking, For a second, I was thinking that it was levitate that made it so you could take fall damage on water, but I was thinking water walking. So yeah, it's the shaman's water walking that is kind of a double-edged sword, because if you have water walking on, you can then take fall damage on water, and I've seen many people die in Maradon because they had water walking on when they tried to jump down to that lower level. But yeah, levitate, since it has slow fall in it as well, it doesn't make you take fall damage, luckily. Why do we keep going backwards? We should probably be going towards that guy. Most likely. Let me just try to outrange him. There we go. Helping her. Okay, you're still trying to convince everyone that I'm a rogue, huh? I don't know what I could do to convince you that I'm not a rogue. That's I don't think it's possible, really. Alright, so we got that. Entering combat, that's fine, probably. You're trying to make everyone aware that I'm not a priest? But I am a priest. That makes sense. Alright, but we got that letter. So we can turn that in Ironforge, I believe. That's what a rogue would say. Why would a rogue say that they're a priest? You know, honestly, if I were a rogue and trying to say that I wasn't a rogue, I would say that I'm just a fury warrior, you know? Oh, the quest is at 28? Oh, that sucks. Just barely missed it. I mean, 2 levels is pretty significant, but still, just barely. Fury warrior, that's what a rogue would say. Exactly! See, now you're getting it. So because I'm saying that I'm a priest and not a fury warrior, obviously, that means that I can't be a rogue. Do the stockade? I am planning to do the stockades. Indeed. I was just trying to think if I should do that now or later, but I should at least go turn in the quests I have back at base. I mean, I don't know. I think I'm about the right level for Black Fathom, actually. I mean, the Black Fathom quest, let's see. Where's the Black Fathom quest? See, it's only green. That's for just the manuscript. That's an early quest. So let's see. For the other quest, yeah, see, that's still yellow. 24. That's not that overleveled. They lose 70% of the XP if you don't do them on time. Interesting. I don't know. I'm just saying, I don't think I'm that over leveled. And also on hardcore, people really want you to be a bit over leveled. Like how people were saying for stockades, they want to only invite people 27 plus for it. Even though there's quests for stockades that were like much lower than that. Like, let's see. Stormwind. These quests here. Yeah, 26, 25. And yet you need to be 27 before they even, you know, consider bringing you in. We're going way under leveled. True. And honestly, I've always kind of gone into places underleveled myself. It's weird to have to wait until not like middle of the level bracket to do the dungeon rather than the bottom of it. But that's just how people do in hardcore nowadays, because they want to be safe. They want to, you know, do a thing called not dying, which I don't know, is kind of weird to me. Yeah, because even like Scarlet Monastery, I was on my previous priest, I was trying to do Scarlet Monastery, and I ended up dying trying to get there, because of the dang world buffs. But yeah, that people were always saying, like, at first, I think the wiki was saying 36 was what was suggested for Scarlet Monastery, and then the people in chat were at first saying 37 and then 38, and it's like they couldn't make up their mind as to, you know, it kept going higher and higher. So I had to get a few levels just solo before I could even get into a dungeon group for Scarlet Monastery, which was quite depressing. And I still never got to do a group of it because those dang world buffs. I hate them. Because yeah, that's another thing that people do in hardcore is they kind of obsess over the world buffs more than usual, because, you know, if they die because they don't have the world buffs, that's gonna be very depressing for them. So they try to be as safe as possible. Which I don't personally, you know, since they're now allowed to use that. That is, I guess that's true. But yeah, they certainly, I generally prefer, yeah, he's way better of a fortitude buff than I can give. But I definitely prefer to fight on your own strength. Like, I wouldn't get into a group for a dungeon if I didn't feel like without world buffs I couldn't do it, you know? Yeah, and that is true. That I do remember for a lot of hardcore, it was that you don't get outside help, no buffs, no world buffs, no, you know, trading, auction house, anything like that. But, you know, this is Blizzard hardcore, where they let you keep all that stuff. It's just, if it basically is the regular game, just if you die, you're dead. Which is quite nice, because now it can actually, like, enforce it. Because, like, earlier it was just the add-on that was enforcing it, but with this, it's like you literally just cannot respawn at all. So, that's pretty nice in and of itself, but yeah, they really should get solo self-found implemented at some point, which I think they were saying they did hint at, that they were working on that, which would be nice. You can still have some dignity. Can we? I don't know. Oh, I think this might be the quest that leads up to the Thondel Span quest, and that's why I couldn't get it. Yeah, and I certainly have a bit of a grudge against the world buffs myself, because I specifically ended up dying because I was trying to go get them, because the rest of my group
On the ground.
was insisting that they wanted to get the world buffs before doing Scarlet Monastery. So then they put the social pressure on me to get there in time to get the world buff, because that, you know, so I wouldn't be the only person that didn't have world buffs in the group. So yeah, it sucked. I dislike them. You can tell me no. Okay. Well, I wish you were there on that earlier stream so you could be telling me no, don't get the world buffs, because you would have ended up saving my character's life. Because they died because of world buffs. World buffs killed my family. Interesting.
How are ya?
Let's see. Don't need these. Don't need this. Because we're gonna be doing a dungeon, we need clean bags. Oh, you know what's funny? I actually didn't buy any of this milk. I just obsessively hoard it, and I basically picked up every single milk barrel I found, and now have a huge supply of milk. I never buy drinks. Except for that guy that was asking me to buy drinks. I bought drinks for him, but I don't buy drinks for myself. Because I feel like it's kind of a waste of money when you can find them all over the place if you know where to look. Trade people milk. Now, that is a good idea. That's a very, very good idea. Now, I actually used to do that somewhat. Not with milk. Let's see, we need to go to Darkshore. Or not Darkshore, Darkshire. But basically, back in the other MMO that I've played my whole life, Asheron's Call, I had a character named Viamontian Toast Vendor, and all that he would do, that the entire character's existence, was to buy the ingredients for Viamontian toast and then make it with like my very low level cooking skill and trade it to people. And that was it. I wasn't even selling it for money. I was just giving people Viamontian toast whenever whoever would accept it. Which was quite fun. I still have a picture of the Viamontian toast vendor somewhere on my computer. I mean, I know exactly where it is, but I need to. Well, actually, we're flying right now. We can go to the BRB screen and find the Viamontian toast vendor picture. We got time. So let's see. Where's the toast vendor? There he is. Yeah. Literally, this is the Viamontian toast vendor. I literally just made him. This is still in the academy, and he's full up in you can see he's all overburdened by that icon there. So I literally just filled him up with toast and was trading anyone I saw. It was great. It was good fun. Okay, so we need to turn in the letter over there and then take the tram. You need a new toast vendor. Actually, on okay, that hardcore server that I was talking to you about earlier, it actually makes food a lot more useful. So I could remake the Viamontian toast vendor and literally just use him to farm up cooking and then just make people a bunch of food. Because people would actually buy food on that server. A milk vendor. I don't want to get rid of my milk. I mean, I guess it's not really all that good for my level, but
Welcome.
It's still, you know, it's decent. I don't want to get rid of my milk. Be the cool guy walking around selling milk. I don't know. If there was some dude running around that was saying that he was selling his own milk. He didn't buy the milk from anywhere. It was homemade milk. I think I'd be pretty suspicious of it. You know, especially if there's some guy running around telling everybody that'll listen that the milk vendor's a rogue. You know, I probably wouldn't trust the milk vendor very much after that. Well, apparently a Stockades group has come to us. You saw, I literally just got a random whisper right as I was like, man, I should go do Stockades. It's just, you know, ask and ye shall receive, apparently. It's not a full group, but if this guy is a tank, then we've got most of it. Just need 2 DPS. And I need to go get the quest from Duskwood. Yeah, and actually, it was super easy on my warrior, because I was getting more invites to dungeon groups than I could do in a day. Because I don't know if you know this, but they limited dungeon runs to 1 run per dungeon per character per day, which kind of sucks. But on my warrior, I was just constantly getting these messages of like, hey, you want a tank for this? You want a tank for this? How about this? So it was pretty great. There used to be one forever? Really? Is that how the old Iron Man challenge hardcore used to be? Is that they just limit it to doing the 1 dungeon? And that I guess makes sense. But I definitely like healing dungeons, so I would not be very happy to just do each dungeon once. Alright, so they can share all quests. That's good. Saves me the trip all the way over to Duskwood. You died at 44? Oh. Yeah, my earlier priest died at 38. So I understand the pain. 'Tis not a good feeling, I must say. But that's just how any hardcore challenge goes. His 2014 thing? Interesting. And now we wait. We wait for all the other people to arrive here.
King's honor, friend. Be careful. Well met.
We got these
the
quests here. Nice. Let's see. Because we got us 2 here. Got another one in Duskwood. And 2 over in the Night Elf area. Interesting. Oh yeah, we totally got this. Actually, there was only one time where we had a close call in stockades on my other priest, and that was because right as the tank ran into one of the side rooms, one of the DPS accidentally pulled a Basil thread and that entire room as well. So we had 2 rooms worth of enemies on us and the boss, and we almost died, but we pulled through. No casualties. Actually, on my other priest, I had a 0 or like a 100% survival rate on all my dungeons. Like literally I died before anyone in my dungeon groups died. So I'm still gonna do BFD at some point. Oh no. Pulled out the pet that had the disease. It's gonna start a chain of diseases through the entire world. Oh Void, you ran a dungeon. That's good. What dungeon was it? Was it just dead mines? But I'm glad that no one died. Nice. Well, yeah, I mean, I could go straight for Scarlet Monastery, but consider this. If I do or not Black Fathom, wait, it is Black Fathom, but Black Fathom Deep. If I do that, then first of all, there's the quest that gives you the wand, which I think is a better wand than this one, and has 1 spirit on it. So I at least want to do it once to get that wand. Additionally, it has a staff that is a lot better than this. So I think that I at least want to run that dungeon once just to try to get outfitted with the good weaponry, you know? Well, I didn't do it already because I wasn't high enough level for it. Because you see, if you're the level of the dungeon, which I was at 24, which was what level I was at the start of this stream, then nobody wants to invite you, you know? You gotta be over. You'd be 2 under it. Well, I mean, that's how they used to do it, but certainly nowadays people are a lot more cautious. If you want to get into a dungeon group, you gotta be a bit higher level than the dungeon, or else people aren't gonna be very happy with you. I mean, the loot, you certainly want the loot. I mean, I don't really get much loot from either Scarlet Monastery, Graveyard, or really Library. I mean, I guess Library, the final guy has like a nice spell dagger, right? XP is the reward. Well, I mean, in hardcore here, you want to be as well outfitted as possible, you know? The loot is the bonus. I think the XP is the bonus. The loot is why you go into the dungeon, you know? At least for me. I choose what dungeons I mean, I did Dead Mines like how many times? Like 5 times on this character to get the cookie stirring wand. I still didn't end up getting the Corsair's overshirt, which I was quite upset about. But I don't know. I go for dungeons for the loot, personally. And so I used to do, you know, in retail I do dungeons for XP because you do the dungeon finder thing and you can do like, especially if you're like a tank, you can do 10 dungeons a day pretty easily, if not more, and get like 5 levels from all that. If actually probably a lot more than that. I don't even remember. I haven't played retail in a long time, but certainly if I want to level the fastest in classic, I would just go for you know, quests and stuff. But if you want the good loot, you gotta go into the dungeons. Plus, I just like doing dungeons. Also, what is with this bird's tail? Like, why does it have 3 tails that come out of 1 tail? It's a bit weird. But, you know, I guess it's fine. Oh, we do have a warlock, so we could summon. He's like 2 inches away from the dungeon and we summon him in. It's like, it was taking too long. It's not a cool hardcore dungeon if you do it several times. I mean, that's pretty fair, I guess. Because we just need that one, and I think I need the bandanas one too. Okay, we got crime and punishment. I think that's the one that was in Duskwood. The color of blood, that was the other one. Okay. Jokes aside, finish this one. We'll diss you later, don't die. I'm not gonna die. I mean, thus far I have never died in a stockades. Even though I've only done it a few times. But, you know, it's a good record thus far. You might. Boy, don't die in stockades. That would just be sad. A matter of time. That is true. Every character must die someday. Whether it's in Dead Mines or in Blackrock, you're gonna die at some point. I would much rather die in like some kind of Blackrock dungeon near max level rather than to die in Dead Mines, because it's just kind of embarrassing, you know, to die that low level. At least at the high level, you got respect. Wait, really? You died in here, in stockades, while trying to boost people. How the heck does that happen? Did you just pull too much and they somehow bursted you? Yeah, I don't know. Everything in here is pretty low level for, you know, a level 60. Oh, there's Targor. Well, there was Targor. He died pretty quickly. Yeah, so far the tank's doing quite well. He's just living his life and you come in. Okay. He's a criminal. Excuse you? Both a criminal and somebody who is participating in a large-scale prison break? Aren't we all criminals? No! I am not. Well, not yet. Yeah, I don't know what you're doing over there, Void, but I haven't committed any major crimes that the law knows about currently. Hey, I'm only caught in 4K when I do something, not when I say I have not done anything yet. Because technically that is not an admission of guilt, technically. Do 10 crimes a day just by living. I mean, I guess in some ways that's true. But none of them are major crimes usually, unless you're, you know, like some serial killer or something. You just kill 10 people on a daily basis as a hobby. I don't know. Couldn't be me. Oh, now we care about a severity. Yeah, well, I mean, severity is pretty important to keep in mind, right? Sounds like a rogue. I don't know. I don't think that being a possible serial killer is rogue-like behavior. You know, and don't mind that a while ago I had that whole thing where I ranted for a while about the best ways to murder someone on stream, and all these methods of like how a bunch of other murderers are complete idiots because they do it wrong. But you know, I'm totally not a murderer. That never happened. You don't even know. It was not on this stream. This is before your time. You know? This was like a couple weeks ago. No rogue would do that. Well, I did it. Void can vouch for me. I talked about murder all day long. I'm just on a list. Yeah, I'm probably on many lists, honestly. You know, you just don't think about it anymore. You just stop thinking about how many lists you're on, and life becomes a lot easier to manage. Hence you're a rogue, since only a rogue would boast about it. I don't think that's how that works, my guy. You know, for a second, for whatever reason, my brain was like, oh no, the patrols. As if this was like Dead Mines and we just killed a boss and we'd forgotten about the patrol. But this is nothing like Dead Mines, so I don't know why my brain went there. Alright, and we get Deep Fury guy. Not even saying anything. Well, basically, every time that I say anything, you can construe it to being something about me being a rogue. And you know, you're supposed to keep talking about stuff on stream, so it's only natural that there would continually be more and more evidence of me being a rogue, because I need to keep talking, and anytime I talk, that's me being a rogue. So, the saying anything rogue behavior, I don't know if that logic fits, but you know, especially because you've been saying things. So, I don't know. How do I know you're not the rogue? How do I know we're not all rogues? Maybe it's an epidemic. The rogue uprising is here. Quite rogue behavior. I don't think so. I think we're fine. Oh great. Got backhanded. Oh, as always. I was gonna say, don't you be going out of line of sight. Making a website called Only Rogues. Is that like OnlyFans, or is that like, I don't know, is that like the rogue version of Christian Mingle? Because I could see it going either way. Why not both? That's fair. I mean, honestly, you could probably combine OnlyFans with a dating site pretty easily. I don't know who would actually, you know, who would actually go there, but and use it. But I don't know. Sad did not win it. Christian farmers and OnlyFans. I mean, they're certainly plowing something on that site. I don't know if it's land, but you know, whatever it is, they're doing a good job. Is this also the site that they're all rogues, rogue farmers? No, rogues have standards. Are you saying that farmers don't have standards? Yeah, I'm not nearly as much a fan of this wand as I am of my earlier wand. Yeah, let's drink some, because we're running out of mana. I mean, using abilities and drinking, I think they're a bit overrated. Evidently, the tank also assumed that mana was overrated because he ran in before I had mana. But you know. Object is busy. I mean, there's too many people cutting off identical heads of his that I can't get it. I don't want to order sweet nectar. I have milk. Milk is fine. I shall drink my milk until my milk is gone, and then I shall drink my melon juice. And then maybe someday, if I'm lucky, I will have sweet nectar. Why'd we all take... Oh, because the imp came into range. That makes sense. It's like, why did everyone take a hit to their health? But... I don't think that that's a very convincing argument. You know, I'm not here to be cool. I'm here to drink the milk and not spend money on unnecessary drinks. You know, not wasting money on drinks is a much nobler endeavor than trying to, you know, convince chicks that you're cool or something. So like, sure, you may get all the ladies, but do you drink ice cold milk into your mid-20s? I don't think so. They're obviously not as cool as me. See, because it's ice cold milk. You can't get cooler than ice cold. I swear, it's every time that I'm sitting here like waiting to heal and no one takes damage. And then the second I'm like, okay, time to start shooting wands at things, all of a sudden the tank's health just plummets. Like every single time. Ice cold chocolate milk. Is there a huge difference though? I mean, sure, chocolate milk is chocolatey, but I don't know, I feel like ice cold milk and ice cold chocolate milk are pretty similar. Chalky milk, yes. I haven't had chocolate milk in forever. It's just not one of those things we get anymore. There you go, saying you don't make rules again. I'm telling you, you make the rules. You don't know you make the rules, but you make them. But I certainly... In my childhood, I had much chocolate milk. I was one of those people that like you get the chocolate milk powder stuff, and then you put so much of the chocolate milk powder into it that it turns into like fudge. It was pretty great. That was how I was when I was a kid. Which is probably a good reason why I shouldn't be having access to chalky milk anymore. Because I don't really make it the best way. I'm honestly not sure what type it was. It was, I don't know, it might have been the sugar one. I don't know. I think I've had both. We had many different varieties throughout my life. But I would always put in more than I was supposed to, I'm fairly certain. And it'd always like thicken up the milk somewhat. To the point that it's just pure chocolate, you know? Use bitter? Oh yeah. I don't know how much, I don't know if I've had that one. It's been a long time though. Like probably at least, what, like 8 years? Maybe 10 years since we last had that? 'Twas a long time ago. But yeah, once again, everything's fine, nobody's dying, and then the second I like talk to chat or get distracted at all, I look back and the guy's at like half health. It's like, why is it that the enemies decide to do all the damage right when I'm not looking? It's very upsetting. Yeah, and this is the guy with the... Never mind, he's dead. You and the enemy are in on it? That sounds like rogue behavior, honestly. But it would make a lot of sense as to why the enemies know exactly when to burst attack. Only a rogue would recognize rogue behavior, so you're saying that you're a rogue, is what you're saying. Because you've been saying that I've been doing rogue behavior all over the place. Thus, by your own logic, you must be a rogue. I can't be a rogue, personally. Oh, that is nice. Since only a rogue can see it, I disagree. That is a nice club, though. I wonder what it look like. Doesn't look all that great, but the stats are quite great. His second, I'm assuming he means bind on equip
Honor, friend.
that day.
Be careful. For the Alliance. Light flesh. Go with honor, friend.
I would hope he doesn't mean the second of that exact item that day, because he'd be rolling in money. Alright, let's see. I think we just want to keep getting this. Alright, so I still need bandanas, but we can go up there. And we can go down to Duskwood and Redridge, I think, because I think those are both done. Yeah. So we have a bit of running around to do. Because yeah, I think that quest chain starts right now. It would be nice to have someone else with me because yeah, those level 30, level 31 dudes are pretty scary. If you try to fight them alone, you're, you know, not their
Good
level.
day to you. See you later.
Alright, and so then we go to SI7, right? Yeah. Which, I guess going that way and that way would be, I don't know. Either way, probably about the same. Get the stupid ring now. Yeah. Yeah. We're going and getting it. It's a pretty good ring. Kind of overpowered though. Let's see, which ring would that replace? Probably this one. Because that one's like mostly stamina, and I just need casting stats, really. The Horde version? What's the Horde version? Because I don't know, I don't think I've played Horde nearly as much in Classic. I played Horde mostly in retail back in the day, but ever since I moved to Classic, I've really only played Alliance dedicatedly. And we'll need some silk. Did I get some silk? Yeah, I got enough silk.
Light be with you. For the Alliance. Be careful. Light bless you.
Now we go to the cheese man. Because for some reason, some dude that sells cheese is in league with the SI7. Because that makes sense. The Horde version is called Better Leveling Zones. I mean, that's pretty true. Although every time I've tried leveling on Horde, I've always leveled slower. But that might just be that I'm really familiar with the Alliance zones, and thus I can just kind of speedrun them, whereas the Horde ones, I don't know the optimal route. But I don't know. To me, it's always been a bit slower. But their quest lines are certainly a bit more compelling on the Horde side. As Morg was saying earlier, all the Alliance quests are just, there's a big pig that's eating things, go kill it.
You need something?
The cheese guy is the grandson. Well, he still just sells cheese, so I don't know. I'm just saying. He's a cheese vendor. He doesn't need to be involved in all this stuff. He just needs to get back to selling cheese. Doing the Lord's work. Because, you know, cheese is good. I like cheese. Really? I don't know. I've always felt that the Horde side... I don't know. I guess I haven't played a bunch of the Horde side in Classic to know exactly what the lore is, but Morg always says that the lore is better on the Horde side. But, yeah, as I said, I'm probably just more familiar with the Alliance sides, which is why the Horde side seems to go a bit slower. And I suppose it depends on which zones you're comparing, seeing as how, like, Elwyn Forest is pretty contained and, like, very compact, whereas a place like Teldrassil has a lot of running. Really, I always thought the Blizzard favored Horde overall. But I don't know. Although I suppose it would kind of be split some Blizzard developers would probably favor the Horde, and other ones would favor the Alliance. You know, it'd be so messed up if we, like, tagged one of these for ourselves. They just have to wait through the entire sequence again. Of course, then we'd probably get banned for griefing. So eventually, this guy's gonna give us a quest. He just takes his sweet time with it. Because he knows we can't do anything about it. We're stuck here until we can, until he comes around to it. We're not gonna leave with that good ring on the line. Oh, so you're saying that originally they favored Alliance, and they thought not as many people would play Horde, and so it was kind of neglected, which is why later they added more stuff to the Horde, and thus I thought they favored Horde in later expansions, because they were just trying to even it out. That would make a lot of sense.
Salutations!
Yeah, this quest takes a long time. Lots of running and waiting, collecting suspiciously sized apples, and then more waiting. That is true. I do feel like
Be seeing you. Daylight's burning.
they had a severe lack of attractive races on the Horde side, and the Blood Elves definitely fixed that. Which, I mean, I'm pretty sure that's like half the reason why so many people play Alliance. That's half the reason why I play Alliance, is because usually I'm not really a huge fan of how the Horde races look, you know? So it's like you just kind of gravitate towards the more visually appealing, both aesthetically and character-wise, races, and you just stay around their zones. But yeah, the Blood Elves, very nice. You know what was really sad about the Blood Elves, though, is that Silvermoon City was, like, such an amazing, like, capital city. I mean, I could never find my way around there, because I was never actually... I never actually took the time to learn the area, but it looked great. All the guards looked amazing. Everything was, like, looked really nice. But it's just, you never go there. Like, there's no quests that sent you to Silvermoon unless you started as a Blood Elf. You just... I don't know, I just never felt a need to go into Silvermoon City, except for 1 or 2 times. Same with the Exodar. It's like such a far off area that very few people even see, and yet they put so much work into it, and it's like, I really wish they'd made Silvermoon City and the Exodar be, more important cities that people would actually hang around a bit more. Like, I don't know. You know how they put, like, portal rooms in the major cities like Stormwind and Orgrimmar? I wish they'd kind of done that for them as well, where each capital city was interconnected, and you could go between them, and they all had, like, different areas you could reach or something. Because, like, the Exodar, it was nice, but it was underground, thus very hard to get anywhere from it. It was on an island that you couldn't fly on. and it had like no portals in or out of it to or from anywhere. So it was just like, why would you even go there unless you're starting as a Draenei? Then how can you sell portals for a gold apiece? That's a good point. That is a very good point. How could you sell them for such prices if they were actually free? I mean, unless people were just really dumb and had no idea the portals even existed, then you could probably make bank off them. You know what's weird is that, you know, so many people say that Burning Crusade was like so much better and they liked it so much more than, you know, just vanilla classic. But anytime I try to play Burning Crusade, it doesn't feel right. You know, it's like everything just feels slightly off, slightly easier. Like, you know, whenever I go into a quest that's like collect 5 of these items, I feel like I collect them way faster in Burning Crusade than I do here. Like the drop rates are turned up and everything like that. So it's like, I don't know, I always just, it just feels off. It feels wrong when I try to play Burning Crusade, which is why I'm not a huge fan of it. Although they do get guild banks and blood elves. So to be fair, that those are some compelling, you know, upgrades, but it's like if you just add guild banks into here, then that's like the biggest upgrade. And then this would have like better of everything than Burning Crusade, because I don't know, it just feels so wrong. And yeah, certainly this is the game. That's why I'm playing this one and not Burning Crusade, which I could be playing because they do have a Burning Crusade server, but I'm certainly not over there playing it. That is really true. That they peaked in vanilla. That is quite depressing. Also, how is this person like faster than me everywhere we go? Like, are they just running more efficiently around corners and stuff, or?
Pleased to meet you. Off and away. You have a great day now. Right. Daylight's burning. Hey. Be seeing you.
Oh. Bro was too busy. Bro was too busy doing like the 111s and forgot to ask for invites. Did you get her apples? Yeah, I also, I don't think you need to put apples in quotes. They were indeed real apples. It's just we're not using them as apples. Now we wait for another, I don't know, 2 minutes until they actually get out here. Takes them a while. Go get the quest. Or go, well, but I already have the quest here. Are you saying this quest? Because that's just visually showing a quest. It's not really there. Because yeah, I have the quest that I need for it. I just have 2 severed heads sitting in my inventory and a hand. That's normal. You know, they're just dripping blood all over everything else, all over the cheese, all the drinks and foods. But you know, that's fine. It's normal. We all have our own severed heads lying around. Okay, here it comes. I was gonna say, this guy's taking forever to show up.
Need help? Well met.
What news from Westfall? Van Cleef sends word, blah blah blah. I thought I killed Van Cleef. Oh wait, and then we don't turn it in here, right? No, we turn it in a cheese man. Yeah, they know. They figured it out. Cheese man. I always get that mixed up. Because the guy's sitting there with the exclamation mark over his head, so you think as soon as he's interactable again, you can turn in the quest to him, but that's not how it works. I swear, this person's just straight up faster than me. I don't know, do they have, like, the movement speed increasing enchant on their boots? Or no, wait, that's the Spirit of Zandalar. They have world buffs, that's how they're so much faster. So I was wondering. Yeah, indeed. Not a fan of world buff. I'm glad that you are additionally not a fan of world buffs. But yeah, it is the reality that we live in. Especially that, like, you should see Stormwind when the world buffs are about to drop. Like, the entire place lags. There's just hundreds of people all crowding around Stormwind to get that extra little boost. And it's like, why do people go so far out of their way for it? Alright, but now I need to go... Oh, I need to go back to SI7, then up to the keep. So much running. At least it's just around Stormwind. Some quests make you run, like I think it's the missing diplomat quest makes you run all the way over to Dustwallow Marsh or something. Go all over the place. They make it so cringe. Yeah, that's pretty true. Alright, back to SI7 and back to the keep. Then we get our ring.
Greetings. Go with honor, friend.
Oh wait, we need to... we gotta go back to Cathedral, then back to the Keep. Even more running, indeed. It'll be a lot easier once I have a mount. Eventually. Someday, maybe. Luckily, from my previous priest, I still have enough money for a mount. So once I get this character up to the correct level, I'll be able to just buy it. But then I'd need to constantly be worrying about having that character die and losing the mount. And if I have enough money for another character's mount, should that happen.
How are you? See you around.
There, Seal of Rin. This is the last leg of the race. We're almost there. So you know what's funny? I always have like... even like hours and hours of not being on stream, like currently streaming and all that. I still end up, like, anytime I open a copyrighted music thing to listen to my, just to listen to in the background for myself, I'll have that little thought go through my head like, oh no, what if I'm still streaming and this is gonna be on the stream and then I'm gonna get the DMCA on my back. What am I gonna do? Even though I like literally remember like 5 hours ago shutting down my stream. It's really weird. My brain just continually does that. Who cares if it is? Well, I mean, it's pretty scary, the DMCA. They're a pretty terrifying I don't know, organization.
Light be with you. Farewell.
What is the DMCA even? I assume it's something... yeah, we wanted to replace that one. I assume it's either an organization or just a set of rules that a different organization upholds. Oh, the VOD automatically strips music off the VOD. Really? Well, I didn't know that, so I guess I don't have anything to be afraid of there. That's quite nice. Anyways. We've gotten the Seal of Rin. We did the stockades, which was nice. It went mostly fine. And we got to 27. So I'd say that was a successful stream so far. But I believe that we are going to end it here for the day. So we're going to pop over the end screen. Also because it's right about that time to do the raid thing that we always do. I mean, we generally don't do it on Tuesdays, but Morg has been streaming on other days now as well, so we can do it now pretty much every day. So, yeah. I'll be streaming again tomorrow. So I'll see you guys later. Goodbye.